Welcome, everybody. All right, let's see how far I skip. Cool, as expected. Oh, cool. Science, we went even further, all the way to 73. Nice. I'm not surprised. My science roster is pretty stacked. Cool. Let's work on Mystic. I'm not expecting any resistance for a while. Hey, Kurd. Hey, Kevin. You were hoping for me to be streaming during the workday? It is Canada Day, so I have the day off, but this is a rare occurrence. So we can do this again. Hi, Sergeant. You okay there? Ah, that's funny, Jency. Welcome. Whoops. I skipped to 69 on Mystic and all the way to 73 on Science, which surprised me a little bit. At the moment, I am clearly running just default masteries for Mystic, which I think has been what's happened each tower. Also, I'm reminding myself that, like, technically I could restart after the Sasquatch fight and skip the next 5. Because partial skips work too. But yeah, I'm going to decide exactly what I want to do with Masteries and Mystic, because they are definitely the oddball out. Max Recoil is more dangerous. Not having Mystic Dispersion slows a lot of them down. I think I'm probably just going to see how far I can go with defaults. Hey, John. Happy Canada Day. Never done Absorbing Man versus M'Baku, so I'm mostly just testing the animations while I still have time. Nice, Jesse. That's awesome. I need to stop hitting go automatically, because I probably should be taking more skips. At this point, I think that's fine. We're close enough to the end of this one that we'll just do it, but I do need to be thinking about that. Hey, Gotcha. Thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate that. And thanks for being a member. I don't remember if you've been able to catch streams before, but I do remember seeing that you had joined a while back. Very much appreciated. Welcome, Map of Widows. Mystic is definitely going to be a weird tower. Forgot to XP boost. I probably should. I hate thinking about that stuff. But I get what you mean about the jumping. I definitely should have done that before. I can't believe I still have some of those. Right, neutralize is a bit of a problem. I need to remember to not do this one later. Okay, are we still good? I hope that didn't kill anything for you all. I hope that didn't kill anything. It unmuted me on Twitch, so you probably heard me twice there for a minute, but sorry, I clicked back over to OBS and just happened to click on the one spot that shut down streams. So hopefully we didn't lose too many people, and thankfully that was early in the day. Sorry about that. Okay, I'm gonna back out and restart the game and just see if we skip further. I think it just sent us to ads. That would actually be incredibly good timing. Hey, Dilly. All right, all the way to 73. Cool. That's what I was hoping for. Hey, Maya. Thanks for the follow, Super. I forgot, but I need to go into Nico's settings for pre-fights for towers and just turn on everything but burn forever. I'm gonna see if I can do that now. No, I can't. Not without redoing it. That's fine. Bye-bye. Sorry, Jency, that sounds annoying. I may end up trying just my regular recoil setup at some point. Or I may give in and buy that 5th slot. We'll see. Yeah, I'm very curious to see how the late Mystic rooms end up feeling. Also, I forgot to say it, Callum. I appreciate you being a member too. Maker is going to suck for Mystic. I don't think the pools are exactly the same for all of them, but yeah, we'll keep an eye on him. I could be wrong. But I know that, like, at least the floor 88s are not all the same. Thanks for the follow. If it hasn't been announced, I am not supposed... No. I am legally bound not to tell you. They are usually on Fridays, but that's all I can really give you. That's my boy. I just need to make sure to pick good animations for him, and he'll be fine. Ouch. Yes. Partial room skips should work as long as everybody past that point is 10 above. I don't remember if I've actually tried it, but I had several people tell me that it worked reliably. Yeah, Spiral's A2. We're going to be seeing a lot of her. Yeah, I wish you luck, Maya. I hope she's early for you. Yeah, my problem with Mystic, at least on the skips, like we'll be able to go pretty deep, but you can see I have 4 ascended rank 3s and 2 ascended rank 2s. So like I'm actually in a really good spot with Mystic. I just slowed myself down on how many I was ranking because look how many freaking rank 4s I have, right? All of those 230s. That's okay. I'm not going to rush any of them because we need to go into the science tower and pick up some mystic materials before we do that. But when we do, some of those are definitely going up. Sasquatch and Chavez for sure. I think Destroyer and Witch also very much obvious. And then we'll see if Man-Thing and Blade end up there. But for now, there are no true miscounters in Mystic, right? There's just Spiral's Falter immunity. And nobody say long shot special 1. You know what I'm freaking talking about. I know who my audience is, Dilly. This is so overkill for America, but gotta practice. Sasquatch is gonna be so dumb in these. I don't know if Dilly's a long shot fan or not. He's definitely a technicality fan. Ah. That was my fault. There have been no official announcements of the July champions, so we are not doing this, okay? I'm going to keep making myself clear. And I know you know better because you sent it with smug moonface. I know he's very old. Or, that's not where I'm going. Like, I know Iron Patriot was never good, right? But it is pretty wild that this counted as a kit once. That makes sense, Maya. Like, he was basically tuned around can reliably kill dang near anything in 60 seconds, but is going to have serious trouble doing 45. Well, you know what Towers is good for? Whoops, that's fine. That's the second time I've accidentally hit the special button today. That's not a good sign. That's a fun interaction. He's gonna get that poison every single time he hits our block. With the basic, of course. Ouch. Blood has been shed, let the staff of one appear, or something. Sandman also goes insane. Yeah, that checks out. Yeah, that's why I was like, oh, Dracula's gonna be annoying, so instantly, Nico. Get out of here. Hey, Airshim. Put on your torch pre-fights. Thank you. That is probably a very helpful PSA. Nice, Airship. Congrats on that. What? I swear I hit that button. Hey, Monbo. I have been waiting to hear from you. I have a code for you because you came in second place in the giveaway. So reach out to me on Discord, D_L_L, and we'll get you your first appearance code. And after that, I can close this document that I've had open for 2 weeks because I think you're the last one. I was hoping you'd stop by sometime this week. Sorry, Roger, we're only 5. That was weird. I definitely was not trying to dex there. Whatever. Maybe Towers is where I'll finally get better with the blades. I'm going to look silly as I'm working on it. So bear with me. Better here than war. Okay, I should have 30 here. 1, 2, 3, da, 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 da. Yep, okay. We are backing out and skipping this one then. I've been doing it a lot longer than a minute. All in time. Oops. Okay. All right, y'all, give me a second. I'm gonna grab. Okay, Odmo is the second. If I gave him the wrong code, then he would probably be telling me it didn't work anyway. Since the other four have been used, but hopefully you get what you want from that. Good luck. I do know what you mean, but I'm suffering. Okay. Oh, I'm only off by 2. 1 second. I'm gonna see if I can save some time. Do I have the resources to go ahead and take up Destroyer and Witch? This one at least. I don't know why it took you this long, Millennial, but hey, all in due time. Okay. The store did reset. I haven't bought these yet. Let's see if this gives us enough. Scrolling, scrolling, scrolling. Hey, Egg, thanks for the raid. Welcome, dude. Hope you're doing well. That is an annoying lack of Mystic. 3 out of 39? Bro. That's so annoying. Whatever. Had to go eat. Yeah, no, that's a good reason. Thanks, dude. Okay. One more restart. This feels silly, but also I know we have so many fights to move through. I want to make sure we're not wasting too much time. I get it, Millennial. It's just, for me, it's always felt like a mistake to run recoil as a default. I consider them special occasions masteries. Is there anything difficult in here? No. Hey, Jack. What do you mean the special lock wasn't working? Like, you had the pre-fight and it just wasn't happening? I was talking about that the other day, Arishem. I'm pretty sure that the reason recoil doesn't apply to special threes is that it was an oversight in originally coding it. Like, I'm almost 100% sure it was a mistake, and then they probably just left it in. There have been no announcements of July champions. I appreciate that that was a more careful wording of the question. Ouch. That doesn't make sense, Darkness. Are you sure that they weren't just using the special one? So I don't remember that coming up. Hold on. Did he? Oh my god. He's cheating. This is my shocked face that something in Deadpool is coded incorrectly. 1 second. Before I get too annoyed, I need to check myself and make sure that his info page actually implies what I think it implies. Wow, it really just says fails, including during an immunity? Holy. That is I guess it's not coded incorrectly, but like, why does that ability exist? I hate that character so much. Bucky, seriously, buddy. Thank you. Got Terrax. I hope you're happy with that. I think that would be a cool one, but I know it's probably not most people's. Yeah, just for quick devil's advocate, John, or sorry, for Jack. Remember that Jessica Jones was visually in the game for like what, 3 years before she was added? Oh, sorry, Monmo. I did not explain that. Um, when I was using Nico versus Deadpool X, I was getting taunts on myself. The reason I was getting taunts on myself was because I was using my third light attack, and that tries to put a what you call it? I hate her ensnare. I need to stop trying to chase her. Um, but that tries to put a pinnacle debuff or a pinnacle buff on the opponent, right? Because the opponent is buff immune, that fails. That's on purpose because then Nico places a poison instead. But I thought that Deadpool X Force was only supposed to like place those taunts on punishments for like ability accuracy failures, but nope. He punishes Nico there. Because why wouldn't a mystic punish themselves being buff immune? It's so silly. Yep. I don't like that interaction between Sinister and Nick, but Sinister's strong enough it doesn't make sense to fix it. So, I mean, you can play around it. I don't think it was happening on the heavy charge, but yeah, that surprised me. It does look like it, Mo. Still not an announcement. Real quick, John. When you say you backed out, are you restarting the app? Because backing out doesn't currently work. You have to force quit. Yeah, Cliff. Interesting. Okay. I am going to keep an eye out for, let's see, who would I have to. Okay, so if I leave now, it won't work because I put Destroyer and Witch up there. So I'm gonna leave that now. I'm not gonna redo it, but I will try and test the partial skip later. Yeah, I'm kind of in the same spot as you, Kevin. Like I don't mind playing towers. I like testing my characters. So it's not really bothering me. But I do kind of want to know how it works. But I trust y'all. Maybe just those who got partial skips were wrong. Or maybe what it is that partial skips only work if you would then full clear the next room. I could see that potentially being the case, and that could explain some of the conflicting tests. These not counting as intercepts has been so tilting. This is like peak. Now listen here, you little. Nice. Destroyer's going to be so incredibly good in these. This is similar to what Maya and I were talking about with Blue Marvel. Like, this is the kind of content that his cash out is just stupid for. I don't think he's going to be punching up 40 CR. I should say. But I imagine Destroyer is probably going to be one of the most reliable punch ups at 30 and 35. It's a question for the artists and his designer. But it definitely is closer than the later hits. Nice, Maya. That's cool. Okay. Problem fights. I don't really have any miscounters here. There's one. Okay, we're going to do that again. Kill you with fire. Cool. I've always felt like Destroyer got a bad rap. Hopefully this leads to more people figuring them out. I don't know why I didn't heavy counter there. How cool would that be? Lore-wise, maybe very. Sounds like a balancing nightmare. Yeah, Maya's got a pretty good breakdown in the Twitch part of the chat, Gen C, if you want a primer on Destroyer. Uh, yeah, that I think is literally fixed in the July build, Timo. But yeah, that's been a long-standing one. It's a long, complicated story about implementation restrictions and history and blah 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 blah. But yes, that's going to be fixed. Oh, did I not assign somebody for this? I guess not. 1 second. Yeah, I appreciate the report though. That makes sense, Millennial. Destroyer is definitely very strong with recoil. I'm so sad that I missed these, but it is what it is. I spent my Mysterium. Oh, like doing all the loyalty stuff? That's fine. I will. Um, but we get so much Mysterium, and I need so little of it. And we're about to need a lot less loyalty, too. It's just boosts now. Bzz. It is a good shout before I claim the science ones, though. Go grab some. Does Nico work against Dr. Voodoo? In what sense? Take care, Maya. Thanks for hanging out. Like, does Nico make him immune to his regen? Yes, but I'm not sure beyond that what you mean. Welcome, Grey Fox. You're talking because you buy it and then sell it, right, Dilly? Because I'll be perfectly honest, I am okay not min-maxing that hard. I feel like every time I try and do something fancy with the blades, that's what happens. I end up eating a combo, and then that's how the blades fire. It's important to remember sometimes that Seaton is an entertainer. Having great champion takes is not required for that job. And I like Seaton, but I stand by that shade. No, because Brother Daniel just increases Voodoo's ability accuracy. Ability accuracy and immunity don't really interact. But I understand what you mean now, yeah. You can definitely mess with the ability accuracy of the buff immunity. Hey, work. I don't really think that's true either, Erisham. Destroyer had a lot of things that they were good for on offense on release. Hulkling was just the only thing that they absolutely destroyed with no real thought or understanding of the kit. That's not the same thing as being the only use case. Not unless that's how you approach the whole game, in which case there's your problem. Was it his special too, Darkness? Because he'll do that. Hey, Lecce, welcome. Least favorite champ to play as? You know what? Don't really have favorites, but I can probably answer that. Who do I hate playing as? And why is it Sauron? I'm like half kidding, but it's probably Sauron. Uh, yeah, I think it's probably Sauron. Because the characters that bother me the most to play as are the ones where I can see the design ideas they had, right? And it's not even that I feel like they were ideas that weren't for me, right? Because there are some characters where it's like, that's not what I would have done. I actively dislike the design choice, but I can respect that the designer is a different person than me and it appeals to players that are different than me, and that's fine, right? Those things should happen. But when somebody had an idea and I feel like they just didn't finish their work, that bothers me. Cat can deal with it. I'm not saying he's a bad champion, but his design is frustrating and he is actively annoying to play. His medium landed through my light. Kabam Janik calls Sauron the lottery dino, and I think that is very accurate. Not saying he was only good for Hulkling. I was just saying at the time it was one of the only things he was really good at people's eyes. I mean, that's just I don't know. That month was frustrating in general because for those who've forgotten, everybody was expecting Beta Ray Bill and Enchantress because it was a cosmic and mystic Asgardian month. It was obviously Beta Ray Bill and Enchantress. How could it be anyone other than Beta Ray Bill and Enchantress? Wait, the Destroyer? Wait, Odin's brother? Who he was in like two comics lines. Who are these freaking people? This is lame. And then obviously people came around on Serpent because he repeatedly grabbed them by the back of their head and rubbed their faces in the dirt. But like I think that a lot of the early reactions to Destroyer were still colored by that disappointment, right? Players were expecting one thing, got really hyped up in their minds, and were wrong, which has totally never happened again. I don't know why people expect that, Arishem. It happened once with Nimrod and Kitty. It almost never happens. Like, counters to major defenders almost always come several months later. For people to hold that against Destroyer is adjectives I don't use on stream. Thanks, Darkness. And whenever I call people on that, the response I get is usually some variation of, but it would be nice. Okay, yeah, it would also be really nice if when I had opened the first appearance box, I had gotten the exact champion I wanted. Well, right, but that was also part of it, Clem, because people spent that 6 months going like, "Oh, we want Bill, not these guys. We want Bill, we want Bill." And so the hype went up and up and up and up and up, and then when Bill came out and wasn't the second coming of Hercules, lame. Let's be real, our community is just disappointing at times. This is gonna get clipped, and somebody's gonna be like, "Kabam DLL disdainful of players," and this whatever. That's not my point. I just think way too many characters get dismissed for emotional rather than logical reasons. And then because nobody wants to admit that they're being emotional, we just get essay after essay about how it's actually Kabam's fault for messing up the design and definitely not the character themselves. And I think I'm allowed to be a little bit jaded about that. I thought the degens were going to kill. Oh, I needed to wait until there were more debuffs on, or more buffs on her to get extra degens, didn't I? I'm going to have to remember that. See, you're kind of proving my point, Erisham. Like, yes, there are factors there, right? Bill is hard to use. That does make him harder for some people. But when I say you're kind of proving my point, there's always things you can say. There are always reasons. There are always things you can point to. And I think it's dishonest for us to just focus on those as though that's all that's going on, right? As though the monolith, or not the monolith, as though the aggregate mass of the player base is actually being that logical and calculating at all times. Like it's not just at least 30% emotional backlash. I'm not saying there's no logic. I'm explicitly not saying that. My point is there is a larger emotional component than people are willing to admit. And I think a lot of people are just like, well, adults don't make decisions based on emotions. So it's definitely not that. I actually definitely have a long list of well argued reasons why Kabam is wrong. And those reasons don't have to all be incorrect, right? That's not the point I'm making. Again, I just think we need to be honest about how much of it is emotional. Yep, Cyclops is annoying. That's okay. I'm gonna learn the full dex one, or at least the like partial dex one way or another here. Not responding to that dilly, but you got a nose laugh. Right, but that's the I understand that, Darkness, but like that is an unreasonable want. And part of my point here is that I think a lot of players aren't really predisposed to check themselves and go like, "Yeah, I wanted that, but honestly, it's a good thing that I didn't get what I wanted. It's better this way." Because if the very first character to have destroy, which in a lot of ways is nullify plus, targeted more buffs, that's a dangerous precedent, right? That is greasing the slippery slope. Yeah, like again, rephrasing because I don't want the takeaway to be here that I'm just saying that anytime or players criticize something, that it's automatically emotion. Because I know that no matter how many qualifiers I put here, there are going to be people who hear that. But my point is not that. My point is that while there are reasonable critiques you can make about pretty much any character, I think people are not honest about um, the degree to which their emotions are amplifying their otherwise real critiques. And for the record, I'm also not saying that that means that we should ignore everything the players say, because we have to sell things and we have to sell things based on emotions. I am very aware of that. But when we're having these discussions about things, we should be tracking which objections are logical, what are the correct critiques, and which ones are those more emotional components. Because we have to track both of them and we have to evaluate them independently as well as together. Hey, Dragonflies. There's a reason I said I wasn't responding to that, Clem. Sidesteps hurt, Creed. We should heal the full immediately here. This will be funny. Yep. Sorry, that probably sounded really unfortunate. I just stretched and accidentally hit my microphone. I'm not gonna lie. Having to be a little bit more intentional here. Deafened me for a second. I'm sorry. How high am I aiming to climb? I'm hoping to be in like roughly the same place I am for the other towers, right? So like low 90s. And then now that I have all of them here, I want to start thinking about like what are the next steps? Ah, you jerk. What are the next steps on clearing the next few towers? What can I do that isn't just wait on Ascensions? But also, like, I need to categorize the Ascensions, right? Because when that compensation comes out next week, and then whenever future sources of ascension come out that have any kind of agency, I need to be clocking like which ones. Let it come at me. Which classes should I prioritize, right? Which characters should I be really wanting to get to A1? Which ones to A2? Which ones are backups? That kind of thing. The one thing that we didn't talk about with Destroyer is that, like, another thing that I do think logically held it back on release was that Hinder didn't work for so many highly visible buffs. And unfortunately, at the time, that wasn't possible to fix. The tech that we used to expand how good Hinder is now did not exist until I requested it during Jean Grey's development cycle. So there were some like actual tech things holding Destroyer back. And holding the type of Hinder back, but we're a bit better off now, thankfully. Please be a passive. I didn't mean to block the dang thing. Heyo. I don't know why I did it again. Hey, Retin. Thank you. Yeah, but if it did Arishem, then Magic would be beyond busted. She is definitely very hard to play, agreed. Oops, didn't mean to go to 5. Destroyer has Jean Grey to thank. In a way, like that tech would have been requested eventually, even if it might have taken a different form than my request. It had to happen eventually. But I am very glad I ran into the problem because that we have ended up using that tech in so many places to make things work more logically. Oh, please tell me the servers aren't having any problems. Okay, cool. I just had to pick up my phone and pretend I was going to pay attention to Discord for a second, and the fight loaded in. OGs know this one trick. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me, Jensen. Fights are just enough longer to actually get into her mode and do something about it. Meh. Nah, severe debuffs wouldn't have made sense on Photon. Because she's punishing you for the activation. Like, why bother, right? Let people purify the debuffs. Let people deal with them. They're only mitigating damage anyway. No, if I had gone harder on Photon, there were two things that I played with and ultimately decided not to do. Um, but because both of them would have been very controversial. But one was I could have increased the ability accuracy for her debuffs so that only Crossbones or Ramped Kate actually fully turned them off, and somebody like Falcon didn't. I'm sure that would have been incredibly popular, but it would have worked. And then the other one would have been to actually slightly delay the activation so that, like, when you hit her, a timer went off and then the debuff happened later. So, like, Mantis still would have fully stopped her. Tranquilize would have been really good. Mr. Knight would have ended up being necessary earlier. But, like, defensive ability accuracy reduction probably wouldn't have worked at all. Again, you can see why I did not choose to do those things. But at some point, a science defender probably does need to do one of those two things. Nice, Dilly. Thanks for the heads up. I appreciate that, Monroe. There's a line to be danced there, right? You want your characters to be interactable enough and to have enough weaknesses that they do age. But you also want them to be, like, interesting enough and flexible enough that they hold something going forward, right? That they fall out of the meta but then rise back into it, right? That can players who enjoy them can still find ways to have success with them. And I'm going to be completely blunt here, because this is a gotcha game, it's literally just good for certain characters to have enough persistent power that you can let somebody like Photon fall out of the meta a little bit and then bring them back at a higher rarity and sell them without having to do any updates. So it's like, thank you. That is something I'm intentional about, but it's also something that makes me a little bit nervous because if you make characters that are so strong they never fall out of the meta, we don't have to name them. We know who they are. Then that causes some other problems. And it's not like it's just me. I think literally every designer either has somebody who's strong enough that they regret it, or maybe they should regret something that they don't. Also, the war tactics are out. Yeah, I have seen them floating around. I think it's going to be a good one. Definitely more of a stall, and I know some people hate that stuff, but oops. Sorry, I was reading chat more than I was playing. But I think there's enough interaction that it should be good. Hey, King. How's it going, dude? Thanks, Morgan. I'm definitely proud of Thanos' defensive design. You're welcome, Marisham. Like, I don't know. I feel mixed on Photon. Like, I think in hindsight, maybe I should have pushed a little harder and had some less or had less restraint because she would have ended up doing more to the meta to drive things forward, and that probably would have been good. But I don't think that that means I was wrong to back off and take the safer route and just let her be a 4.5 instead of like a true 5 for those purposes. Because most of the time it's okay to come in a little bit under defensively, I think, than a little bit over. You think you know fives. Neither July champion has been announced. But yes, I do know who they are. Of course I do. But I'm most excited for the one I built, which I'm guessing you probably don't realize if you're asking. I don't think that's intentional, Monmo. I think that's just if you shatter diamond, bad things happen. I have no idea, King. I have terrible luck with the 500 unit profile pictures. I think my characters have gotten like one. Spoiler alert for July, the character with the purple profile picture is not the one I built. No, not a purple champ. You know what? You know how like every month one character gets a whoops, gets a purple border profile picture in the store? That's what we're talking about. Nah, no worries. I understand where you went with that. When's the new platinum track coming out? I don't know. That sounds like something for a live stream announcement. Whoops. Look, I really don't want to beat this Horse King. That does not mean Noir is a July champion. As I said earlier, you saw Jessica Jones in game like 3 years before she was a trophy champion. And I'm not saying it's going to be 3 years before Noir necessarily. But what I am saying is that is not confirmation, and y'all cannot use that to try and bully me into saying anything. That's called an assumption. It's okay, King. I've been streaming for a bit. Has the Platinum track reported any withdrawal or adverse symptoms due to not having a mutant? Very funny. Most classes need new defenders, honestly. Just a matter of urgency. Didn't say that either, Elijah. There is definitely art of Spider Noir in game. I'm not gonna look y'all in the eye metaphorically and pretend there isn't. But that doesn't mean a lot of the things y'all think it means. And that's where we're gonna leave it. Ouch. That's weird. YouTube Studio page just crashed. Took me a minute to notice because OBS was fine. Yeah, Lizard's definitely helping. He's not really a defensive pillar, though. Man-Thing feels so much better when the opponent has even one starting buff or early uptime buff to get the agitation going. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Lizard not being inexorable again. Or anymore. That part will be nice. I mean, that's exactly what severe is, right, Arishem? But yeah, that's kind of what I mean when I was talking about Photon having extra ability accuracy, but you still being able to deal with other things as one of my early sketches. That's exactly why I was saying that somebody's going to need to do that eventually. The Doom one does help you more if you're facing somebody with energy resistance. Iron Fist is definitely higher ceiling, and it is what I am running right now. Um, but the reason I said that in my early video, to be perfectly honest, is that that was my design. I didn't fully understand or didn't fully clock the interaction with the Iron Fist relic. That is one of my failures in Paviter's design. And it is my largest regret with him, maybe my only regret with him. So that's why. Ugh. And there's also that, like, the Iron Fist relic has a lot of competition. You could very well justify moving it over to somebody like Maddie. Okay, that's annoying. And then it's important to know what other relics work on people. I hate his medium so much. I'm gonna die if I keep trying to play him the way he should. Ugh. No idea why Klim got filtered out in that YouTube video. Oh, it's because I reloaded. Okay. Yeah. I wish we'd been in that timeline, Elijah. Oh, there are tons written. There's been a lot of good characters and summoners choices. Hey, bro. I'm doing pretty good. I think this is the last floor for this one. You are a little off. It's just Kamala. That's not terrible. Ouch. Stop paying attention with Spiral, I get hit. I definitely would have fun with her. Come on, throw your special one, bro. It's the whole reason we're in this matchup. Thank you. That's what we're looking for. Has there ever been a month where one designer designed both champions? Not in the modern game. I'm sure that happened, like, definitely pre 12.0, maybe a bit after that, but that's not a thing these days. One more after this. Oh, yeah. White Tiger, probably. Yep. My next champion after July is a long way off, so I'm probably going to hold on that one. I am taking a break for an alternate project. Striking about Hulk's relic. It just gives physical resistance to so many, or physical vulnerability to so many characters that really should not have access to more physical vulnerability. That plus free burst damage triggers is just really, really strong. Hey, Jude. We're getting up here. Oh, and I'm not using Kindred. I should throw him in somewhere. I appreciate that, Arasham. Once the next project comes up, y'all will know why. Also, Doom is a ways out. But I've already said before that that's not going to be me, so I'm not going to play coy now. No, I've never played Terraria. Nothing against it. It's just, yeah, never come up. He synergizes okay with Scorpion. I don't think I would use that for Scorpion personally, because there's so many strong targets. Is there a double penetration Morbius relic? And yes, I realized what words just came out of my mouth, but you know what I'm asking. I just can't remember. Is there one with a energy pen secondary? Because that would be very good on Scorpion. Okay, this is about what I figured Blade's long rotation would be. Was that only punching up 15? It was. Ooh, that's not a good sign for him. Yes, there is one. Okay, yeah, I think that would probably be one of Scorpion's best. Because, like, when you can do the normal poison thing, he's probably cooking. Poison's already direct damage. But having the ability to cut through both physical resistance for poison immunes and energy resistance for the rare places where you would need to deal with that are very good. Had it on Sentry for a bit, then Blue Marvel. Yeah, I don't think that one would be good for Blue Marvel, because generally with Blue Marvel, you're trying to get into his super mode anyway, and he has enough energy penetration built in that you just don't need that. Sentry does make a fair bit of sense, actually. That's a good shout. Oh, why did I do that? I should have gone straight for the special 3. Okay. Sorry, Jane. Misplay. Yeah, I should have gone straight for the special one. It was bad. Oh, that's the other problem. You know what? I think it's time to see just how bad this mastery loadout is for Mystics. God, I wish I could turn off the Google Translate. Yes, this Carl is rank 5. Yeah, you have to specifically be resistant to degen to answer it. Same thing with poison and bleed. All three are direct. Yeah, direct damage is really just subtractive. It means it's neither physical nor energy. It's not really a third type, it's just the absence of the other two. Technically, somebody could deal a burst of damage that was both physical and direct. Or, sorry, that was both physical and energy. That would be weird. But you could do it. You can do a single hit that is both damage types. It would be weird and unintuitive, and you would have to explain to players how it worked with the resistances. And actually, I don't think it would be hit by both resistances. I think the way the damage calculation works, or like they would be added together, but it wouldn't be multiplicative both ways. It would be the same way that like a physical hit is hit by both armor and physical resistance. Again, there's not really a good reason to do it that I can think of. It's just kind of a fun fact that the game code supports it. You can technically make somebody whose punches deal incinerate damage. Should you? Probably not. Be really weird if somebody was immune to your punches, but like, you could. I think to that's kind of what I was saying, Monro. I'm pretty sure what happens is they are added together, but before diminishing returns kicks in. So like if you had a hit that dealt both physical and energy damage, um what that would do, or let's imagine the opponent has like the typical 20% armor and then like nice. And then 10% energy, 10% physical. So like what you would do is you would convert all of those to their flat values. Like let's say the 20% armor is, I don't know, 1500. That's probably too high. But let's say the 20% armor is like 1000, and each of the physical and energy resistances is like 500. That's not exactly it, but then those would be added together to get 2000, and then you would run 2000 back through the diminishing returns formula to get the total damage reduction, and it would apply. We try to evaluate as many matchups as possible, Stalingrado, but I'm not going to pretend that we always catch everything because it's a very big game. Oh, right. And then this doesn't have Mystic Dispersion, which is why I'm having a rough time over here. I do think I probably need to buy that fifth one. Either that or I need to repurpose my existing recoil loadout to have Mystic Dispersion instead of Tech Collar because it's been a while. No, hits are almost all physical or energy. The only direct damage hit that I'm aware of is the special 3. But I think where you might be getting confused is my Incinerate example. But that's different because that's a named type, right? Nobody is immune to energy or physical. No, most are either energy or physical. The direct ones are the outliers. But there aren't a ton of physical ones. The plurality of dots are energy. Yes, resistances and specific dot vulnerabilities are additive with each other, which is weird. No, Erisham, the reason that Jean looks just for physical resistance is not because of her interaction with a character that had not even started to have been designed when I was working on her. Oh, I hate Taskmaster. Yeah, this just makes the Mystics too fragile. Like, they're hitting like trucks, but I need another mastery. If it was, I couldn't tell you, Tekken. No, the reason Jean hits only physical is because we should have been more deliberate with our thorns counters in the past anyway. Like, bluntly, there's no reason that Omega Red should be as broad as he is. And I know this will bring out the Omega Red Warriors. Don't you touch my boy. Okay, but like, shouldn't be the case. How am I already back up to 37? I guess because I'm streaming and people are at work. That's a dumb question. Oh, this is expensive. Though I do have some videos on this, Jude, if you haven't seen my Math of MCOC vids. I get it, ASAP. But what I mean by that is that, like, if we built Omega Red today, he would just hit physical thorns. Because there's not really a good reason a mutant needs to hit anything. Yes, towers are permanent content. Yeah, we talk about relics in relation to every character. Sometimes we don't talk about them enough. Hence my miss with Paviter, but we talk about them. It's nice, Mono, but is that the way it should be? Probably not. I really do love getting a congratulations on every single level of every mastery that I buy. It's so much fun. It makes me feel like I'm doing something powerful and not like I'm pulling teeth. We really have to fix this eventually. Thank you for the follow, Luca. Or Lucas, I should probably say. That's the correct response, Jude. No, Sam's awesome. I'm glad you're enjoying him. Exactly, ASAP. Like in game design, those little pop-ups, like acquired, they're called celebration moments, and there is a good reason for them, right? They're there to make sure that you realize you're doing something impactful. But like by this point, just give me a little like toggle so I can buy all 5 points at once. Then you can give me a single celebration moment at the end. Shall we? Okay, Mystic is going to care slightly less about Despair, but I think I still need it. I'm definitely only doing 1 point in recoil for Mystics. What I'm trying to decide is, should I also do extra points in willpower? Yeah, one thing I'm noticing about the Mystic Tower is, like, when there are only a few opponents that have their own buffs, good chunk of the class comes to a screeching halt. All right, no deep wounds and assassins here. I think we do one more point in willpower and then 2 points in courage. All right, change back. I mean, this one will be relatively easy, I think. But I think I'm going to risk a key on purpose here to see if Destroyer with this can punch up 30. Well, that's bad. Yes, I have Erisham. Okay. Yeah, I think that would have killed if I hadn't gotten hit early. So I actually am going to try this one more time here. Because I think if I just throw one more special one and don't fish for as many heavies, this is fine. Okay, he can punch up 30, but that's tricky. I don't know if I agree, Work, because I think that's part of the general nature of the towers, but I am definitely feeling it in the Mystic one. Got a little bit lucky there. Yeah, it was stupid. I don't know. Yeah, I get where you're coming from, work. And the thing that makes it a little bit tougher is that relative to the other classes, a lot of the times when there are just incidental buffs and kits, for them to activate, you have to let the opponent throw specials, which means that Mystics basically can't be as aggressive as the other classes. Yeah, absolutely work. Like they're the mage class, and they've got a few fireball spammers. But definitely got a lot more support and control. Spiral does not counter miss. Spiral is falter immune. There are no mystics that directly counter miss as a whole, which is somewhat intentional, honestly. But for Dracula, you can always use Nico because the invisibility is specifically a buff. So any Mystic who has good buff control like that is going to be fine for it. Sure, let's let 7 whole seconds go by before she finally hits my block so I can parry. Whoo! That's fun. And yeah, sure thing. Like, it's funny because we were talking about how there should be maybe more champions with incidental buffs in this tower. Dracula is one that definitely does feed you. Carl in this metaphor is basically the Hexblade Warlock. Yeah, Spidey Supreme's a good shout for Taskmaster. He's annoying. That stupid bat. I knew it was going to hit me. Yeah, like another example here of the danger zone. To some extent, Science has this problem too, but like both Mystics and Science kind of want the opponent to throw special attacks sometimes. That's the nature of control classes. And Towers really does not want to help you in that. Ma'am. Carol. I mean, right here, Absorbing Man's punching down. Let's be clear, Airship. But yeah. Oh. Hold on. I just got some text messages. All right. Now we can talk about the July champions. Yeah, exactly, Kurt. All right. Kurt, you can go ahead and post it. You've got permissions. Oh. And no, Jency, not yet. Kurt is on it, Jude. It's a tweet. I don't have Twitter, but actually, hold on. I've got it as well. Yeah. Go ahead. I was about to if you hadn't. And I will go ahead and post it over on on Twitch. Can I watch it without a Twitter account? Like, cause I could stream it for y'all, but I'm not rejoining Twitter ever. Excuse me. Yeah, I get you, Arisham. Mine is the monochromatic one. No, you don't need to apologize for those caps. Correct, Billy. I haven't said the name out loud yet, just for anybody who wants to see it themselves, but it's definitely been pretty spoiled in the chat at this point. I don't know what that means. Sorry. Monochromatic means black and white. No, it's okay. At this point, we've got enough. Um, sorry to disappoint Erishem. Bitter and I worked on Black Tarantula. Speaking of Summoner's Choice losers that I would love to work on, he was on there. There are only so many Latin American characters. So, funnily enough, Black Tarantula's name is Carlos. Which some people already call Carl Carlos. That might not work, but uh, Travis, I can't answer that stuff. Maybe surprisingly, Hobgoblin wasn't that contested. And I don't think that's necessarily a shot at Hobgoblin, but like my priority was Black Tarantula, right? Honeydew's priority was Phylavel, obviously. Eclipse was out of the running because he had to focus on Ghost Rider, not that far back. Who released next to Ghost Rider? Oh, that was the Ruby month, right? Yeah. So that was also a priority. And then there's some cool stuff later. But yeah, I hope those of you that were waiting for Hobgoblin like them too. Wave, that's right. Yeah. That's what took Windshear out of the running. And thanks for the raid, Misty. Happy to have you here. Come on, Modmo. I'm not even willing to hint in the direction of breaking a Disney NDA. If the answer was yes, I would not even joke about it. The mouse don't play. Okay, thank you, Idiot. I err on the side of not saying things that have probably been confirmed because I'm going to mess it up if I'm too casual. And yeah, Black Tarantula Special 2 is sweet. Nice, Misty. Yeah, Mystic is definitely tricky. I am about 3,000 units poorer because I went ahead and bought another loadout for Mystic Dispersion plus Recoil. Well, she hits pretty hard in towers, which makes sense, but that's nice. Ah, nice. I think I used all of my comp already, honestly. Ouch. Do I think we'll be able to reach the Tech 3-4 gem? I don't know. I haven't really done the how many points is it at? Because if it's under 6 million, I think it's or 6 billion or whatever. I think it's relatively safe. But I don't know. I'm glad to hear that, Darkness, because like, yeah, there's Hobgoblin's lore is a mess. But I'm glad you're happy with this one. Wolf punches up pretty well, relative to the Mystics at least. Oh, hey, thanks for the raid, Rich. I saw the notifications and I was like, oh, okay. There's a lot of people from Misty are following. Oh, I missed the new raid. Thanks, everybody. Welcome all. So when a streamer ends, they just send you to another stream? That is generally the way it works on Twitch, yeah. I think people would do it on YouTube if they had the tools for it, but it's such a pain. Like a raid on YouTube requires you to open another YouTube window, go to find who's live, copy the link to their stream, paste it in your chat, tell people to click on it and go there. And it's annoying. Twitch has like 3 buttons and then you just go and it's nice. But thanks, Rich. Look forward to it. I am so glad to finally be able to say this. Like, yeah. I won't say anything specific, but there has been enough speculation the past couple weeks that it has been difficult. But yeah, Black Tarantula is mine, coming in July. Been looking forward to this for a long time. For those of you who know Bitter Steel, he helped me with it, and we are both very excited. It's at 5.5 billion, then yeah, I don't think there's any chance we don't get that. That sounds very safe. Only joined for the drops, I'm mainly on YouTube. That was me for a long time. I only really seriously looked into streaming on Twitch when the drops thing happened. But Abdo and a couple of the other guys in the CCP helped me out with multi-streaming, and it legitimately is easy enough that I don't mind. So here I am, and I'm glad that y'all seem to be able to do it on either. YouTube lacks infrastructure. Yeah, there's definitely something that's missing. Bittersteel used to have a decently active YouTube channel. He's currently an alliance mate of mine. Um, but he used to have some really solid stuff in the CCP about like playing Mr. Negative in particular was one of his top ones. He had some really good White Tiger content. He hasn't posted in a while, but I think his last video may have been his announcement that he was hired as an encounter designer. And so he works at Kabam now, and yeah, we got to do a co-op on this one. a little bit, John. A little bit. Colossus is so freaking special happy. I don't know that I have time here. Cool. Whew, that wasn't clean, but it worked. Any tips on Ordeal? Watch content. Not intending to be dismissive at all, Ethan, but there is because it was Gauntlet and then it became Ordeal, there is so much content out there on people having success with different options. Um, that I think just try and see what comes closest to yours. I know Simula has a video where he put a planner spreadsheet in the notes to help you kind of compare your runs against others. I think my team is on there, but I can't remember. You can take a look at that. I've also streamed all of my runs of it on any difficulty if you want to check that out on my YouTube channel. Okay. Yeah, these are getting big. Who's dangerous in here? You're a little bit dangerous. As Ariana Grande plays in my ear. You can be dangerous. I think Wolf still punches up well enough that I'm not worried about him. Some of these are definitely starting to have to work. Wolf is full moon. Full moon. Yeah, no, I know. I've used him a few times already, but I appreciate the tip. Definitely helps in here. I don't know why I dashed back there. Being able to go full aggro with Wolf and not worry about special threes is really nice. Is there any particular reason why no Mystics directly counter Miss? There's not really Cosmics that use it. Oh, come on. And so there historically hasn't been much of a need for it. This guy is not playing ball. I'm also messing up the spacing, let's be clear. But... yeah, Monmo covered that, right? Like, Super Scroll's the only one, and he's quite old, and it's specifically typed as Falter, so Spiral's Falter immunity covers it. It also covers the miss on the war map, all 3 nodes of which use Falter. So, like, that kind of covers what we need right now. We could see Cosmics using more miss, and then Mystics getting more answers to it, but we don't really want to ship a bunch of Mystics that answer miss. That was incredibly rude, Betsy. Mystics that answer miss, and then try to ship Cosmics with miss, because they'd all be countered already, right? That's not the order in which we do things. Not if we can help it. Sorry, Kat. I didn't realize I was the one holding us back up here in 37th. Or wherever I am. Welcome. Yeah, Adam's great. If I can get him to A2, he's probably going to rank 5. Yeah, I've got another project I can't really talk about for a bit. So my next champion, there is one already planned. And I'm very excited about them, but it's going to be a little bit. Exactly, Kevin. Yeah, Silver Surfer is true. There is one more, and there are a couple. I could see more like Silver Surfer, right? Because that's a buff. I mean, you kind of just answered yourself, Steve. There is a way to get old Deathless pieces. It's to use units. And I know that that's not fun, but like you have to understand from a design perspective, the reason for that is that if we just gave them out for free after, then it wouldn't be worth it to potentially spend units and effort earning the pieces in the first place. The further out we go from when they came out, the more justifiable it is for there to be more pieces. But they have been pretty available. If you've gotten all the permanent ones, have you also gotten the ones from the Radiant store, or do you not want to use Radiance either? More than this, Dilly. I don't really see one Betsy getting buffed as a reason not to buff the other. There are plenty of reasons not to buff Psylocke, but that's not one of them. That's funny, Stone. Don't earn enough Radiance. I understand, but like that is the next ground, right? Because you said we need more ways to get them. That's a very accessible way. It's just tough. Okay, but the second there's one sale on those, and for the record, there have been pieces available. But like if we just did a thing where it's like randomly they were 20% off right now or something, then nobody would ever buy them at full price ever again. That's basically the same as a price cut. I don't know. That's Econ's territory. I'm just explaining to you why things work that way. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying, Kilgore. There was a box that had keys for each of them now. It made that easier. Is that coming back? I don't know. Okay, we're roughly at the limit of what Man-Thing can do here, clearly. What if you get content for them again? Why not do that? Because it's useless to everyone who has them. Like, if we built content for the purpose of sourcing those deathless pieces, then we are spending money and time, right? We are spending developer resources on building content, the primary reward for which will be useless to most people. And if we do a selector where you get to choose between those pieces and something else, then the something else has to be weighed against it. Like, it's not, I'm not saying we can't do that, but it's not that simple, right? I totally get where you're coming from, Steve, and I feel for you, right? Like, I want people to be able to catch up on these things, but it also does need to be a cost because that's how rewards work, right? If I like think about it in another sense, if I want to reward some people with like a collectible for showing up to my shop in a particular month where I want to drive more sales, I can't give that collectible out to people who were busy that month or who were out of town or something, right? Like, the only way a reward is a reward, the only way an incentive is an incentive, is if there's an element of exclusivity to it. I am not saying that, like, I'm not saying never, right? I'm just explaining to you why it's been difficult. Because it does have to be difficult, right? There does have to be some catch that way. Because, yeah, like Saint is saying, people have spent a lot of units on the box. I know somebody who just spent 10,000 units on those pieces. If we make them free tomorrow, that helps you, probably makes that person pretty upset, right? There's a balance to be struck. Yeah, Aiden, like that. That's roughly your answer, Arishan. Well, some combination of 75k units and the Radiance, right? Because, like, I understand you're saying you don't have the Radiance, but it's not really honest to ignore that source, right? It's there for a reason, to help people catch up without spending the units. Yeah, like Saint is saying in the other chat, um, they're specifically saving Radiance for it. I mean, maybe you should consider doing some war. Doesn't have to be competitive war, but remember there's a change coming up to the way that war rewards work, where you get Radiance for wins at any tier. And Towers is another source, right? You've got ways to earn Radiance. Hey, Scooby. Welcome. Yeah, Towers will give Radiance monthly from now on, depending on your placement. I'll show the leaderboard in a second. I will try to remember to do that after this next this next block. I've never felt like Destroyer's really AI dependent until now with these. It's so annoying. By the way, Navi, I do think to an extent you're right that like the obvious place to make them significantly more cheaply ascendable again is when Ascension's on the table. But I think it's maybe a little bit early for an Ascended Deathless Thanos. That feels like a bullet we should save. Laughing at your response there, Kilgore. Yeah, that's kind of my point. Ah! Stop blocking my specials, you jerks. Is there a way to see base stats for a champion compared to others? Used to use Aunt May for that. It honestly, it basically has to be Khonshu Zonk, which I know is unfortunately paywall. But that's the only place I know of that has that now. Okay, let's take a look at where we are. All right, we're in the top 40 right now. That's cool. So here's the Radiance payout, right? Like, if I can hold on to this top 50, I'll get 200,000 Radiance in 2 weeks when this closes out. Pretty good chance I get knocked out of that and land top 150. I'm going to be honest. But if you go down here, like, if you can get even top 5%, that's 50k Radiance a month. Like, top 50% is still 30k Radiance. There's some real stuff here. Nice, Jonathan. That's cool. I sorry for dodging it a little bit, Swag. I don't really enjoy those kinds of questions because I think they tend to just go over a lot of nuance. Like it depends on what mode, what game mode you care about, how good at the game you are, um, which defenders you struggle with and need harder counters for, et cetera, right? Like the game has coming up on 400 champions now. That's a lot of nuance. There's not somebody who just is magically scored a 99 and everybody else is a 95 and they're definitely the best. Anyone who tries to sell you that is kind of lying to you and or themselves. There are some definitely clearly very strong tech champions, right? Prowler is very good. Warlock, whose Ascension just came out, is excellent. Nimrod is really, really good against mutants. Ghost is 6-star locked, but is insane. Just there's so many good ones, right? Like a lot of people are sleeping on the Ascension pool. Idum is excellent. Cap Sam is phenomenal. Iron Man is really strong. If you like Coliseum at all, even Iron Man Infinity War, who a lot of people sleep on, is insane. There's so much good stuff. Yeah, the Radiance in Towers is real. Like I promise I'm not just telling you to like deal with it. there is something to go for. Yeah, I'm not sure where that would put you either, and it'll probably change a little bit from month to month, but hopefully enough to help. Yeah, I think I'm top 150 is definitely my aim as well. If I make it into top 50 for like isolated months, cool. Pat myself on the back, but that's fine. Take care, Jency. Yeah, future Ant-Man is very good. He is going to, if you really are new to the game and that's one of your new 6 stars, then he is probably going to ask you to level up your gameplay a little bit because he is a bit tougher to use. But if you check out B McG on YouTube, he has some really good videos on future Ant-Man gameplay. And yeah, that would probably be really good for you if you could figure him out. I did, Magnus, yeah. Any estimate on the total number of players? Not without me going and checking the event, which I really should not. I mean, I could, it wouldn't matter, but like, I can't tell y'all. I can't share that info anywhere. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom, but I will see y'all in a second. I forgot to unmute myself. Hey, Cesar. I actually don't remember exactly what the plan for dinner is. I think we're doing some kind of shawarma, but how about you? Yes, sitting here still counts as drops. The category for the stream is still Marvel Contest of Champions, and I think Twitch forgives me if I, actually take a bathroom break. Not like they're Amazon. Oops. Um, yeah, Prof Hoff went through some stuff, but he's no longer streaming. Brian Grant hasn't done anything in a while. Yeah, Dave is community manager. Not specifically swag. Like you probably have at least 60 or 70% champions in your roster that didn't exist when I beat Act 6. And that's what makes it difficult for a lot of people to give advice on old content like that. Um, MCOC New does have good content to like go over those things, but I think the biggest thing is try and identify specific fights you don't have answers for, right? Like try and figure out a path that you're almost there for, and then, there's going to be like one boss or one node where it's like, oh, dang it, I don't have an evade counter who's also poison immune. And then ask people for help on that kind of thing, and that'll get you a lot further. It generally, so Jude asks about the ability accuracy reduction on block while Sam Wilson has the bulwark buff. It's very powerful. It's similar to Iron Hearts as well. It basically just means that any passive debuff or buff that tries to activate as somebody is attacking them is probably going to fail unless it has extra ability accuracy or is protected. So that goes for things like Scorpion's poisons through block. Sam is a really good counter to Scorpion's special one for that reason. Some characters gain buffs while hitting into block. Gore, like, it's a very, very strong ability. Basically, just if you're used to something bad happening when you block, he can probably answer it. Okay. So people are definitely punching up. This is going to be rough. This should work. That's fine. That's done. That was done. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, the Captain America one is tough. Ghost with the Hood synergy is who a lot of people used for it. I've seen Stealth Spidey. Sounds rough to me. That is one of those where if you don't have someone who can reliably deal with the special 3, then you need one of two things, right? Like you need some kind of AI manipulation. Like Stark Spidey's pretty popular because the taunt gets around the node. The She-Hulks are slower because of the glancing, but both of them can work. Um, there are other characters with taunt as well. Deadpool, blah blah blah. But if you can't do any of those, then you just want somebody who crits an absolute ton and does a lot of damage so that you can revive them. And you want to make sure that you always bait the specials in order 1, then 2, then 3, so you have a full 6 bars to deal some damage. Like, best case, you can handle the special 3. No, best case is probably taunt. Second best case is you can handle the special 3 a couple times. And then lastly, just do what you can. It's a fight that a lot of people end up reviving through, and there is no shame in that. Ah. Forgot to knock him down immediately there. Stupid. I hate the whiffing after his special one so much. I don't know how that didn't parry him, but okay. Oh, Angela, you jerk. This was a dumb idea. Who let me do this? That was so dumb of me. Yes, Jack. Towers was a major reason that echo damage needed to change. It was not really negotiable. Yeah, I definitely should, Dilly, thanks. Yeah, I think for Warlock specifically, you're gonna want buff matchup, or regen matchups for him to punch up. Alright, I think we've found the limits of what Sasquatch can do without some luck. That's unfortunate. I think he probably can do this one, but this is absolutely his upper limit. I'm not sure I have anyone better for this. Nah, Chavez probably is. I don't know why I did that. Oh my god, I meant to run in after that. Okay, hold on. This will give us health, and then we need to actually win. Alright, throw it. You jerk. Because if he'd thrown it, we'd have gotten credit for a lot more buffs, but... No, I think I need to not die for that one to work, and then I do think I need him to throw the special one very early. She can do this fine. Yeah, I can see her punching up fine, 35, but this should work. I'm going to focus on it. Yeah, I'll keep that in mind, Ginger. That's a good shout. Yeah, it was just the special one. Like, she had plenty of clearance. But that's kind of what I mean. What I said earlier, there are a lot of mystics that do need the opponent to throw specials for this stuff, and that has been a wee bit frustrating. Hey, Silver. Although this I probably should have done Kushala instead of burning White Tiger. If we run into a problem, we can come back. Take care, Jude. Cool, we had some room there. The gen wasn't going to run out by the time we used our second special, too. And we had 16 seconds. Woof. That makes sense, John. I couldn't tell you that, Steve, even if I knew. Can't even start to tell you that, Nabby. I work for the game, but this is not like a press corps thing. I'm under pretty strict NDA. I know you're just asking. I'm a little bit pointed on this because everyone just asks me. And so if I'm not strict about this, then I get dozens of just askings every stream. I'm not necessarily I don't get mad unless people just refuse to respect it and keep pushing, which does happen sometimes. But yeah, I will hold the line. Ooh, I don't think he's gonna do it. Ah, it's a bummer. He can't even punch up 25. Ah. That's what he gets for not having any buffs. All right. I was worried that might be the case. Nice, Atlas. That's awesome. Congrats, dude. Ooh, I don't think he's gonna do that either. Oh, that was too late. That's on me. That was an execution error. I don't think I could do this right now. Yeah, no, I know it's y'all's first time. Um, and I hope I'm not being too pointed. Just have to be firm. And I appreciate that y'all are here. I do. Nice. Congrats on the negative. Yeah, it's work. I don't know that I can do this. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna try, Aiden. That sidestep was so brutal. That could easily be the whole thing there. No, no, okay, and now I can't survive another special. Oh, it's so tilting. I was ready to block too. Oh, okay. That surprised me. I knew I did the rotation properly, but that was more than I was expecting. Hey, Chief. That was a big hit. All right, let's see if Kindred can do Venom Pool. Hey, Osvan, happy Canada Day. That power gain from interrupting the special too sure is nice. Cool. Okay, we're not roadblocked yet. Yeah, that's a good shout, Work. I think he is a little bit faster if you can get them into the far corner, Cat. Yes. What the heck am I doing? It's because you asked a question about Paviter, and my brain is like, start playing Paviter by throwing a heavy. Yeah. The blades are so annoying, but getting better. Hey, Zemo, welcome. I don't know why I did that. That was very dumb. That might just kill me. Alright, hopefully the special 2 with 5 heavies does what we need it to. Or with 5 furies. Words are hard. Yeah, we're gonna be fine. Are you running recoil, Steve, out of curiosity? It really does help you punch up. Okay, this is the 35 one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Cool. I should be able to skip this one. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, 72 is not bad. I also don't know what your roster looks like. I caught you say that you'd taken a bit of a break, and that would definitely impact it. Yeah. You may already be doing this, but obligatory, like, remember they don't have special threes. And so be aggressive, block bait to try and disincentivize their special threes, that kind of thing. I think I can do this, but I'm going to work on science for a little bit. that is a lot of 6 tones. You weren't wrong. Yeah, no, that makes a ton of sense, Kilgore. Taking time off would definitely impact breadth more than width, or breadth more than depth. Undecided on creating a recoil loadout. I think long term it's worth it. Like I'm seeing it as an investment in, it's probably making the difference for me on at least. Yeah, like just having it is probably going to net me a good 50,000 radiance a month, if not more. And 4,000 units is a lot because that's how much I've now spent on these, but probably is worth 600,000 radiance a year, is another way to put that. Nice, Navi. That's awesome. Yeah, Ruby's cool. I like her kit. Yeah, that's a good shout as well. That the rebirth crystals can give cores. Yeah, Venom is insane. I'm gonna take a minute opening the low level crystals. That wouldn't narrow it down, would it, Joseph? They've been announced. They're both men. I Doom Sig is, if I remember correctly, a little bit more defensive, but it has some nice anti-unblockable, I think. Idum is also just a prestige monster, so I've never really thought about it. I just max him. I'll be honest. Carolina and Medusa next to each other there look like two different rendering profiles on holograms. Weird. Yeah, if you're on the official Twitter, or if you're following the official Twitter, that works. Where's the link that Curd sent? People went nuts. There it is. I'll go ahead and pin it. In a manner of speaking, work. They're not human. I think Idum is plenty good enough, honestly. I think he's very strong. I think he's underrated largely because people were expecting him to be as busted as Doom, and that is a relatively silly standard to impose on somebody. You might be. Like in short fights, the simple version for Idum is to build up to a special 2 and throw it, like cancel out of a heavy into it with the opponent at least 2 bars. He doesn't really play like Doom, no. Like if you're trying to use special ones to stay in aura, that's not the way to go for the most part. Would the SIGs be worth it for the regen? I mean, it could definitely save you. You're not hoping to get hit, but it's nice to not die when you are. Yep, I'm playing him wrong. I mean, hey, that's good news, right? That means that he's gonna do better for you soon. Okay. Nothing else right now. Cool. The men in tights. Tights. I love men in tights. That's intended to reference the Mel Brooks movie, but I don't care if you want to make fun of me by interpreting it the other way. Yeah, like Starkey's definitely a stronger attacker, right? He's one of the strongest attackers in the game just off of his raw damage. But I think Idum is very good. And he has some utility that Starkey doesn't. He is definitely sometimes the correct choice over him. Open crystal's better. Yeah, my dad made sure we saw Young Frankenstein and Men in Tights. Or actually, no, I don't think that he was why we first watched them. I think it was actually one of my trombone teachers. And then my dad was like, "Oh yeah, those movies are great. Let's watch them." I can play that way better. I sound like Jason Sudeikis. I don't think I've gotten that one yet. I can kind of hear it. That's a new one. Werewolf. Werewolf. Yep. That one shows up a lot. You're definitely not offending me, work. I don't mind. I've gotten to the point where I like my voice, whether it sounds like somebody else or not. We're not running recoil. Fighting somebody like Carnage is always a good way to remind myself. Why is he not gaining power and going unblockable? Oh, yeah. I may just be too Ted Lasso centered. Yeah, I definitely don't think I sound like Ted, because that's him intentionally doing a more folksy and also a little bit higher pitched voice. Yeah. I mean, the other thing in favor of iDoom is that whether you have him ascended or not, he is ascendable. So the ceiling on his power is currently higher. Okay, that really hurt. Maybe we don't try to parry Bastion's special one next time, shall we? Alright, that was really dumb. Hmm. Okay. R4, A1. Yeah, I think I'd probably lean iDoom. Oh, I know work. I had to get over my own voice pretty early. Um, because like one of the most important things you can do if you want to be good at music, for those of you who are new here, especially who came over with Rich, um, before I got into game design with Kabam, I was a professional trombonist. So my background is in music. Work knows this. Um, But one of the most important things you can do if you want to be a better musician is record your private lessons. Um, and that includes you talking to your teacher, right? So pretty early, I kind of had to get over that. I also took voice lessons because I enjoyed choir as well, and that just makes it like if you want to be serious about singing, you have to get over yourself really, really quickly. Plus, that was where one of my teachers said he was like, he just called me on it directly. It's like so many young men speak too low in their own voices because they want to sound like 30-year-olds when they're 16 and they end up really messing up their voices. And he was like, stop it. Appreciate the brighter parts of your voice. It sounds different than what you're used to, but like it's not a bad thing. Brilliance and warmth are not like enemies. Um, and bluntly just, stop being that insecure about your own masculinity. And I think it was really important for me to hear that early on. Sing for me, my angel of music. I sing randomly sometimes, but generally not on command. And especially not while my wife is working in her office, because actually singing is loud. I found out I'm a lot more southern. Getting hit by Archangel and not immediately melting is how I realized I forgot to put on recoil. Yeah, that is. I'm so scared of Archangel in those fights. No, oh, you had the game muted. Yes, I did mention that, but yeah, Brian is not playing anymore, and Prof went through some pretty serious personal stuff. So, okay, he can't heavy counter Odin. So yeah, he's not working right now either. Accents are a funny thing, Billy. No, I've talked about this before. Maybe not on stream, probably, but definitely like within my alliance. The thing that you have to remember about the sound of your own voice, yeah, pretty much everyone does Kilgore, and that's kind of what I'm getting at because there's science behind it, right? The reason that pretty much everybody hates the sound of their own voice is that because of the way sound travels in different mediums or media, excuse me, um, the lower parts of your voice, the richer notes, travel up through your own bones in your skull to your ear. And so you get way more of them than anyone else does. And so for yourself, your voice is always deeper and richer and rounder than it is for everyone else. And so when you hear it without that, you're hearing a voice that everybody else may like, right? They may. I'm like, I get told that my voice is deep, right? Um, that my voice is rich, but then I hear it back, and because I'm hearing it relative to the way I hear it inside, I feel like I sound more nasal, brighter. I like some of my vowels stick out to me. And it's easy to let that get to you because you're like, oh my God, I sound so annoying. But you have to remember that nobody else has the context of your internal voice to compare to. And so, like, you don't sound annoying by comparison to them because they don't have that other voice you hear. That's just your voice. And you have to remember that there's probably people who like your voice, even if it's not as rich as what you're used to. And I think thinking about it that way tends to help me just not get too in my own head about it. This freaking guy. I'm sorry, what? It was I was not expecting his ruptures to be boosted that much. I guess we did have a pretty significant CR disadvantage, but Jesus. Yeah, exactly. It's not something you should ever let bother you. It sucks for my wife more than me. Yeah. And your wife probably likes your voice, at least most of the time. I've decided Sam's getting my rank 4 tech gem. I had already taken Warlock. Nice. I really need to pay at least a little bit of attention to the game while I'm being chipped. Yeah, I need to figure out who I'm going to take up. Maybe Howard? Seems reasonable since he's ascended. Yeah, I'm glad my wife at least tolerates the sound of my voice, or streaming would be pretty difficult because she has told me multiple times that I have a tendency to project more when I stream. Makes it pretty difficult for her to avoid me in the house. That does sound fun, Hogan, yeah. The only option was Guardian. Nice. Yeah, I like my wife and I get along very, very well, obviously. Like I don't know. it feels silly to say, but some people clearly do struggle with that. um, but like we have a lot of shared activities that we're happy to do together. But it also really helps that both of us are just very comfortable being alone, you know? I think that's important. Wow, Hilgen, that's amazing. I'm guessing you weren't around when Kabam Jax retired and gave everybody Guardian. Because he has to have one of the highest ownership rates in the game. Yeah, that makes sense. Do you play Magic? Curious specifically because of the Marvel set right now. Um, I'm definitely planning on going down and playing on Friday again. I did last time as well. Did the pre-release in one draft. I need to play more on Arena, but there's been a lot of reasons to stream lately. Probably haven't heard of the game I play. Fair enough. I might though. Grand Archive. Okay, no, I haven't heard of that one. Because I was gonna say there's a lot of posters at my LGS for a bunch of different games, and so I've heard of some that I hadn't before, but I'm not sure they have posters up for that one. MTG to MCOC is a monthly quest. If I ever get my way with that kind of thing, we're getting some kind of draftable version of Battlegrounds. I've been pretty open with that. That's what I want. I want the ability to like pass packs of characters around a digital table, put together decks with it, and then face people who also had to do the same. That was unnecessary. Arkham Horror. I think I've heard of that one, but I haven't actually ever seen much about it. Thanks for the follow. Oh my god. Of course he crits. What was that you were saying about Spot being frustrating work? Oh wait, I need to have him hit into me. There we go. I need to get better with spot. I'm not sure I fully agree, Easy, because like Power Sting is always good. It's not better in Towers, and in some ways, it's actually worse. Um, because any character that requires the opponent to throw their special to do their damage means that you can't do the like block bait heavy high tempo thing that's so effective for the other classes. Drax, don't be a jerk. Yeah, I know, Steve. I've got him tuned down as low as I can, basically. I don't know if you've heard other streamers say this, but the way Twitch works is that if you run below a certain amount of ads every hour, your revenue share is almost halved. So I am at the lowest possible amount that gives me the higher revenue share. It's not like this is my day job, but if I'm going to be doing this and Twitch is going to be making money off of me, I would like to be earning the majority of it. Yeah, no, I know you're not upset or anything, but I get you. Exactly work. It's not like there's really an option. Arkham LCG is kind of a hybrid between a TTRPG and a card game. Each player takes an investigator with a 30 card deck that represents them as a character you play through a co op story campaign. Okay, I gotcha. That's cool. I'll keep an eye out for that to be on sale or something. Yes, I know. And I honestly, Steve, that is one thing that I could be better about and I wish I was better about is like keeping track of when the ads are coming up. Um and not answering questions when they are, but it there's only so many screens I can have up. And I could have more up. It just requires me to be more proactive. Apologies. Okay, this one I think we can manually skip. Yep. I did. Yeah, easy. I have a an MD specific mastery loadout now. It cost me about 3,000 units. Say lovey. Black Tarantula is mine, Gray Fox. Can't believe it. And thanks for the Redeemer. I think that helps me. I'm also new to Twitch. I can't believe I just got a 1 to 2, 2 to 3, and 3 to 4 gems ranked up Warlock. Nice, dude. Yeah, that realm event's pretty sweet. Why do people keep saying that? Can somebody point to me anywhere in the last, I don't know, when did we first start running platinum tracks? 2 years ago? When did we first start putting characters in them? 2 years ago? Have we ever had a new champion in a platinum track that was not one of two champions released for a month? Have we ever done that? Oh, Groot is low-key awful, huh? Nope, that's not how any of them worked, Nabi. Beta Ray Bill was the same month as Enchantress. That was a 2-month release. I forget who Paviter was alongside, but that was also a 2-month or a 2-champ month. Morbius was also a 2-champ month. Each of those months, there were 2 new characters. No, I understand it can be difficult to track with the Platinum Pass because you probably ended up getting them in a month where it was 3. But, like, outside of the special characters like the Deathless or the Stellar Forged, we haven't done 3 new characters in a very, very, very long time. Pavita was alongside Lizard. Thank you, Work. Yes, that sounds correct. Who was Morbius alongside? It would have been somebody spooky. Werewolf? That sounds right. Morbius and Werewolf sounds right to me. Yeah, I guess it's not really fair for me to go, have we ever done that before? Because it's easy for it to look like we have, in fact, done that before to y'all, because you don't have a handy dandy calendar for when characters are paired up. But the answer is no, we haven't done that before. Hi, Dima. That health recovery in here is really nice. Red Skull, Heimdall, Korg. Interesting, yeah. The last one I could remember was Archangel Iceman Psylocke, but I wasn't confident that was the last one. I can't talk about them because they're under NDA, other than to say that Black Tarantula is the one that I and Bittersteel designed. Hey, Gadinsky. I think I responded to you on Twitch. Yeah. But congrats. Classic. No region. I actually like Ant-Man, Luxy. Yeah, I'll hold on. I'll list them off in a second. I mean, Elsa Gilly Man thing. Okay. I trust y'all to keep track of that stuff. I am terrible at it. is probably not the best matchup for Cassie. I got Black Panther vibes from the small gameplay we saw. How did you keep... Was it just because it was a big special too, or are there more vibes? Oops. Okay. Now I'll just pause. So my characters, I've also worked on some like lighter reworks, like the Sam Wilson update for Ascension or Storm X, or last year's Rebirth updates, like the one with Anti-Venom and Sabretooth and stuff. But as far as like full characters or larger scale reworks, in order, Absorbing Man, Kate Bishop, Photon, Kushala, Serpent, the Luke Cage rework, Patriot, Deathless She-Hulk, Black Panther Civil War, Deathless Thanos, Jean Grey, Nika Minoru, Pavitra Prabhakar, Blue Marvel, and now Black Tarantula. Pretty much easy, yeah. I think that's the way we've been doing it. Yeah. I appreciate that, Navi. I'm pretty happy with them. A lot of good characters in this game, though. Definitely not uncanny. You may have been looking at the wrong icon there, but I think I know why you thought that. Okay, playing a character blind out of the corner of your eye while you're reading chat and then realizing that character is Quicksilver is not a good time. I was like, hold on, this feels wrong. I'll answer that question in a second. Cunning. That's the one, yeah. It's hard to say never. It would definitely be easier to release Kate if her cold snap was a little weaker. I would like to see that personally. I miss playing her. But as far as what we control, like it is a collaborative process, right? Like a designer on our team who says like screw you guys, I'm making CGR again on purpose is not gonna fit in well, right? We don't do that here. People do make mistakes and make characters that are too strong. Is I'm raising my hand. But generally we try to work together and agree upon goals. We have meta planning meetings where we decide on things like it's I promise I did not blindside the rest of the team with Nico having buff immunity, right? That was a team decision that, like, hey, if we're gonna work on this ecosystem, somebody else needs to have it. It can't just be Claire. So like that was a team decision. And I don't have final say over like damage tuning and stuff, nor would I want it. I don't think it's good when people are too left out on their own for that. We talked about Kate now, so I'll point to her and I'll say it's not really an accident that Kate's tuning numbers were decided when our balance team was really, really tight in terms of capacity. She probably did not get as much of a second look as she needed, and she was only my second character. Results speak for themselves. But we do have a lot of control, right? Like, I don't really know how to decide that more than that. Like, prestige, we run by the rest of the team, but it is still largely our choice. Class, we don't have say on. That's Marvel. There's a team that talks to Marvel if there's multiple classes that a character could be, but that's their say. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to talk about without more nuance. Like, we have a lot of control. I don't feel like I don't have enough say in my characters, but it is also very collaborative, and so I wouldn't say I have total control either. Because it doesn't, like, I feel like I have control, but that's because I'm not doing things that would like would need to be objected to by my team for the most part, if that makes sense. Yeah, which characters get made in the first place is a collaboration between another, like a team that I'm not on, although there is a character designer on it, and Marvel, and then like some of our production people and that kind of thing. So a calendar gets made. And then from that point, we'll go through it and we'll be like, all right, who wants to build Black Tarantula? Who wants to build Hobgoblin? And we'll try and assign things. And we have to run into stuff like, well, okay, such and such might be interested in Hobgoblin, but they can't do that because they did this other character over here, and that's too close to them, so there's not enough time. Because as a general rule, characters are supposed to be spaced out at least 3 months apart so that we have enough time to really work on them. That sounds really bad, Clubs. Did you make this did you make this substitution on purpose? Like, were you trying something and the hypothesis is bad, or was this an accident? We definitely did have to run the Stellar Forge by Marvel, yeah. Things like base stats would be the primary designer, Morgan. So, like, I decided that Absorbing Man should have critical resistance, that kind of thing. No, it was an accident. Woof. That sucks. So I don't actually think it is night and day, Mo. I think that is people bluntly not playing him properly without it. Um, I've seen people like really stress test both of them in Battlegrounds health pools. Playing with the Iron Fist relic parry heavying is like 5 seconds or less faster than just playing him properly. I think the problem is when people take off the Iron Fist relic and still play him like a parry heavy champion, which is wrong, like completely wrong. Um, but no, he wasn't really tuned around the Iron Fist relic. Like the balance designer was looking at it, but I consider that a mistake of mine. I should have done something to mitigate it. Not quite, Navi. Like it is still one person building the champion, but it's at least the kit side, right? Like there's a modeler who does that. There's an animator. There's a VFX artist. There are tech artists who hook up things, like the tuning of hit stuns and everything. But there is just one character designer, like doing the paper design and then building or and deciding what the abilities should be, implementing the abilities in our like proprietary scripting language, running the play tests, making the calls based on the play tests, um, doing the character's PI, doing their sig curve, writing out their strings for the info pages, etc. That is all one person. But then when that person has decided, okay, I'm done, then they get handed off to a balance designer and to QA, right? QA to make sure everything works like as intended, and balance to go like to basically just put them through the paces and try and make sure that they're hitting their targets but not overshooting them, that kind of thing. Yeah, but the Thanos matchup is bluntly just one that like he wasn't supposed to be great for Thanos. So like yes, Barry Heavy's great there, but if you thought that a Mystic with a double hit medium and no true unstoppable counter was aimed at Deathless Thanos, then I don't know what to tell you. I still don't particularly like the Deathless Thanos fight. It just works okay. Days of Future Past is a pretty old movie at this point. I'm not sure that either us or Marvel would really be interested in doing that, cream cheese, unfortunately. I wouldn't quite put it like that either, Navi. It's like I said, it's collaborative, right? Like the paper design before the characters get implemented, we have reviews for that, right? Like somebody will go through it and then other people will ask them about it. Like we'll challenge them on it, right? It's basically peer review for everything. Then once you implement the character, you playtest, and the playtesters are first and foremost your peers, the other designers, giving feedback. And so because of that, it is often true that like any given character will be primarily from one designer, but they may have ideas from others, right? Like I've given credit before, the reason that Serpent benefits from hitting into block and then from breaking block is because when that wasn't there and there was a Pierce, um, Honeydew encouraged me to lean more into that. And so then I decided, or I arrived at those mechanics. But that's a good example of the kind of thing that tends to happen. Well, no, because it doesn't work for Thanos' Unstoppable, Mo. You still get hit if you trigger it. Because it only reduces up to 80%. The Theaters of Eight is built pretty much the same as anyone else's. Okay, it's about dinner time. I'm top 20. I I don't need to be up here. I will get passed by a lot of people, but it's fun to be here for now. Oops, didn't mean to click that. Cool. I don't really have anything else to open right now. Because, like, where am I at on the... Yeah, only 1,000. So I need a lot more dupes before I get another one of them. Do I have a tech I want to take up? Oh, is Howard already rank 4? I forgot I did that. Okay, so out of these... I feel like Solvark's punching up well enough. But that probably makes sense. Alright, that was a very long black screen. That made me extremely nervous. Nice, okay, that's good. How do I reach a 10 million hero rating? You get and rank up a lot of heroes. Not intending to be glib, but like that's just what it is. Hero rating doesn't really matter though. Like it's just not a number I look at. The prestige under it is more important to me, but then doesn't matter to some other people. Yeah, so Morgan, by default, if you're if you're reading a kit that is, let's say, 5 years or more, or 5 years or less old, 5 years or fewer old, 5 years old or less, that's probably it. 5 years old or less. Um, charge is a word that we use to try and get across to you, the players, that something is not a buff, debuff, or passive. So if it's not any of those things, then it's not subject to ability accuracy. So yeah, Cold Force charges being charges are not subject to any ability accuracy. Warlock's Ascension isn't from any particular tower, it's just from the Realm event, right? So that's just clearing towers in general, right? And then you can also get points from the Twitch drops because those give you a bunch of extra points in the event. Thanks, Lakshay. I do really like their animations. I'm glad, Nambi. It makes me sad sometimes that I think Patriot's still getting overlooked. Often when I play him on stream, I end up getting reactions of people going, "Wait, what? I was told he was bad." So I'm glad you're already enjoying him. Yesterday I checked the Discord and saw my name was just my name, and it settled me on confirmation that I was doing a spider. Yeah. That honestly was a little bit of a nod. I'm so tired of claiming all of these AQ potions. No, I don't think you really need Solvark's Sig ability. Like, it's nice specifically for, like, Onslaught and a handful of other matchups, but he does fine without it. What, block in all six? I don't know. I haven't done the math on that. I think somebody did. Literal best photon counter. I mean, that is what his job was. Assume you can't stop Photon from ramping. Can you still kill her? I'm not taking up a spot on the leaderboard, dude. I've been putting in the work. I played this game for over 8 years before I was hired. I have absolutely earned my placement in any leaderboard in this game. One of my most wanted. Yeah, I do have him A1 in rank 5, which I'm very happy about. I also have one more token. I really hope I can pull him from one of the compensation nexuses. Yeah, now we can talk about the Miko. I'm looking forward to next month's champions. Yeah, Nimrod wants max sig. Nimrod sig is busted. Okay, I'm gonna call it here, and I think go make dinner. So I'll close off YouTube first, as usual, and then find somebody to raid on Twitch. Yeah, no, block on block was very good. Agreed.